Check.
And there was another check, Michelle must have it, because I would be constantly,
Check.
leave it,
There we go.
leave it. Yeah. President Soto, the time is 5:30 p.m.
Good evening, everyone. We're going to call the regular meeting of the Adelanto Elementary School District to order. The time is 5:30. We'll move on to roll call and quorum establishment. Ms. LeVay.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus present.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer present.
Trustee La French?
Love French present.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart present.
Trustee Soto?
Soto present. We have a quorum. Moving on to the Pledge of Allegiance. Madam VP, would you please lead us in the flag?
Yes, sir. If I could please have everyone stand, place your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Moving on to the adoption of the agenda. Are there any proposed additions, deletions, and adjustments in the order of business?
President Soto, we do have one item for item section 2, number 2, for the RFP presentations. Ray and Associates has withdrawn their proposal for tonight.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Moving on to adoption of the agenda. I move that we approve. Is there a second?
Kyer, a second.
Any discussion? Trustee Kraus? Trustee Stewart? Trustee LaFrench?
None.
VP Kyer?
None.
I have none. Ms. LeVay, the vote, please.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Aye.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to staff reports, presentations, student showcase. Dr. Villegas?
Yes, thank you so much, and good evening to all. And I think you know that this is probably one of our favorite parts of the agenda, because we get to hear from our students and our fabulous staff that is doing some magnificent work in our schools. And it's going to be introduced actually by our Assistant Superintendent, Dr. Valdez, who has welcome back. I want to welcome you back.
Thank you.
And,
It's my pleasure to be back.
You've been gone for a little bit, and we're so happy to have you back. And so please, you do the honors of introducing the schools that are going to be here tonight.
Thank you so much, Dr. Villegas. It's my pleasure to introduce our first school for our showcase, and that will be Columbia Middle School. To the podium, I would like to invite our principal, Ms. Kozart, and our assistant principals, Ms. Marquez and Ms. El Mahmoud, and the students that will be accompanying them. Let's give them a big round of applause as they showcase their schools. I would also like to add that Columbia has done an amazing job, beautiful job, with decorating our bulletin board at the back of the boardroom. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Dr. Valdez. The shout out to our front office clerks, Esmeralda and Ms. Patty. They did a fantastic job representing who we are this year. Good evening, Board President Soto, Board Vice President Kyer, Trustee LaFrench, Trustee Stewart, Trustee Kraus, Cabinet members, and Interim Superintendent Dr. Villegas. Um, Also, welcome all of our Adelanto community, educational community. Last time I was up here, we talked about the story of Columbia. So this time we're up here and we want to give you a peek into the updates. Not only because Columbia is doing great things, but because at Columbia we are leveling up. This year, I've led our Level Up initiative by building capacity at every level, by empowering our teachers, classified staff, and students as leaders, and securing genuine buy-in. We've turned our school goals into a shared mission. We've succeeded because we've ensured that every staff member and student feels valued, respected, and appreciated. We know, as I say every day in the announcements, that each one of us is a person of value just because we exist. And when a community feels seen, they don't just work harder, they reach higher. But don't just take my word for it. You will hear from students, staff, and you will see a snapshot provided by our fantastic lead custodian, Mr. Johnson, of what leveling up looks like at Columbia. Now, to show you exactly what the growth looks like in action, let's take a look at our level up journey in motion. It all began with our vision, which our leadership team sharpened through rigorous data observations and collaboration to derive our big three: instruction, elevating our rigor in our classrooms; culture and climate, ensuring that everyone feels a sense of belonging; and systems, streamlining how we work and how we do what we do at Columbia. Here is that journey.
Good evening, members of the board, members of the cabinet. I'm proud to share the instructional growth happening at Columbia Middle School. Through intentional coaching, our teachers are refining their craft using collaborative practices that strengthen daily instruction. We're building a stronger culture of data-driven decision-making using real-time data to adjust lessons and meet student needs. School-wide implementation of avid note-taking strategies has improved student organization and engagement. Additionally, strategies like think, pair, share, exit tickets, and targeted scaffolding are maximizing learning. As a result, we've seen significant growth on iReady in both language arts and math. So thank you for your continued support.
Good evening, board members and cabinet. Our campus is experiencing a cultural shift driven by the leadership of our Link Crew, ASB, and our Viper Cabinet. We are prioritizing positive relationships from the moment students arrive, using daily greeting rituals in the parking lot and mentorship pairings to build deep trust across our community. To boost student engagement, we've implemented interactive learning experiences, and student voice ensures every learner feels valued. This isn't just about fun, it's about a school community. From athletic events, Freedom Writer workshops, Saturday leadership student trainings, to Spirit Weeks, our goal is to build a culture on campus that unites students, staff, and families in our shared mission to level up together. We have built systems to ensure that students find support both academically and socially. We utilize data-driven decision-making in monthly PLC meetings to analyze performance in behavior, attendance, and academics. We are a PBIS Gold School, continuing to frame everything we do around being safe, respectful, and responsible. Through intentional master scheduling and our peer leadership class, we've structured our school week to address the big three needs, targeting intervention on Math Mondays and Time to Read Thursdays, social emotional learning on Talk About It Tuesdays, and reflection on Fix It Fridays. Finally, we are working to close the gap between home and school with open communication loops and structured parent teacher admin feedback systems. These systems keep stakeholders informed as we strive to make our progress measurable and sustainable.
Hello, everyone. Damian Johnson, lead custodian league at Columbia Middle School. I put together a little video for you guys to watch.
Yeah, Columbia Middle School is leveling up. Let's hit you with the big three, starting with instruction. We even getting hands-on, more like hands dirty. And number two, culture and climate. Let's see what's going on campus. Looks like we got a little Jenga with AGRC, some volleyball. Look at them girls play. Uno, always got a good game of Uno. Oh, we got some chess and checkers going on. We even have the Viper Pit. Look like we got some table games, some video games right there. We got ping pong, air hockey. Can't get no better than this. And let's not forget about our PBIS. Be safe, be respectful, and be responsible. Cadet Corps in the house. Link crew in the house. We got music and band in the house. We got our cheer and dance team. We even got to see the first superhero motivational speaker, Timor. Now let's wrap it up with systems. We got a whole bunch of systems in place. Security out there looking after the kids. We got some safe crossing, making sure the kids get across the street safe. Oh, and look at that. Hi, Miss Kozart. Staff collaborations. Mentoring and counseling. We sure love these kids. Uh-oh, that sounds like the bell. Time to go.
Game
Bye.
over.
Hello everyone, my name is Zane Cunningham. I'm inside the 6th grade coming from Braddock Elementary. I wasn't sure if I can handle the change in friends or the faster pace this year, but I mastered the art of making new friends and becoming a student leader. Being a part of the Viper Cabinet this year has been a game changer. I didn't just join a club, I leveled up as a leader here at Columbia Middle. I leveled up my communication skills by representing my peers, bringing our ideas straight to the administration. I learned that having a seat at the table means using your voice to make a real difference. From planning movie day and toy drive to improving our school's culture, I mastered the art of collaboration. We're not just a cabinet, we're a spark that keeps CMS spirit alive. I'm more than a student now, I'm a leader. Thanks for letting me level up at the best team of CMS. Go Vipers!
Hello, everyone. My name is Ethan Billy Norris. I'm a 6th grade year here at Columbia Middle School. It, Hello, everyone. My name is Easton Bailey Norris. I'm in 6th grade. If there's one word to describe my 6th grade year here at Columbia Middle School, is growth. I didn't just move up a grade, I truly leveled up. Coming from Victoria McAten Elementary, I wasn't sure if I can handle the bigger hallways or faster pace. But this year, I mastered the art of the locker finally and learned how to stay organized across 6 different classes. I leveled up my focus in math and found my voice in English, and even joined Freedom Riders, where I learned what it really means to be part of a team and a leader. I'm not the same student who walked in here last August. I'm more responsible, more confident, and officially ready for 7th grade. CMS, thank you for helping me reach the next level.
Hello, everyone. For those who don't know me, my name is Brittany Bennett. I am the health clerk over at Columbia Middle School. Campus culture, for the health office perspective, has leveled up to be more proactive, inclusive, and focused on both physical and mental health. I've worked at Columbia as a health clerk for over 9 years. I have seen the change firsthand. When I first started, I used to leave my purse in the car, and people would react with concern when they said, "Oh, you worked at Columbia?" Now students are more respectful, less violent, and the health office is truly a safe place where they feel supported. Beyond band-aids and records, I have mastered building trust with students, staying calm under pressure, and keeping our health office running smoothly. I have also focused on creating a calm, welcoming space for students when they're having a tough day. Having a strong, supportive team, and it shows on our campus culture. Personally, I have completed my college degree and I am committed to becoming a teacher at CMS. 9 years, and I'm still growing alongside of our Vipers, and I'm ready to take things to the next level. We're seeing growth across the campus, and our staff is leveling up together. As you've seen today, the progress at Columbia Middle School is a reflection of the passion that resides within the walls, of unwavering support from this board. We appreciate you. Thank you for believing in our vision at Columbia and investing in our Vipers. But our journey doesn't stop at this level. With your continued partnership, we can ensure that every student and staff member at CMS has the resources to keep climbing. Let's keep this momentum going because when we level up together, our entire community wins. Thank you.
Before you guys go down and sit, can we take a picture, first, board members, colleagues, and cabinet, if you'd like to join us.
If we can give one more applause to Columbia Middle School for their wonderful presentation. And now we have the honor to have a presentation from Westside Park Elementary School. We'd like to invite up to the podium Mrs. Adriana Pantoja, the principal, and Mrs. Camille Lara, the assistant principal.
Good evening, Board President Soto, trustees, Dr. Villegas, Cabinet, and AESD community. I am the proud principal of Westside Park Elementary School. I always forget my name. My name is Adriana Pantoja.
And good evening, everyone. My name is Mrs. Camille Lara, and I'm the proud assistant principal at Westside Park Elementary School.
Our school continues to focus on early literacy and mathematical practices. Our campus has become a welcoming and supporting environment where students feel valued, cared for. This reflects throughout our day when you see parents dropping off our students as well as they're picking them up, our school community from students to parents, teachers, and staff. Clear expectations are everywhere on our campus, starting from the classroom expectations and engagement instruction. All of that has fostered our school to become a space where students can thrive academically and socially.
And we are proud to be an AVID certified elementary school. We had the opportunity to have 3 cohorts of teachers attend the Ron Clark Academy, which was amazing because we are now going to build upon all of the AVID strategies and interweave that with improving our culture and climate on campus. So I am very proud tonight to introduce Mrs. Padilla, one of our kindergarten teachers, along with Miss Evelyn Diaz, who will be coming up to the podium. And she will be giving you firsthand her experience with AVID in kindergarten. This is Miss Evelyn.
In my classroom,
It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Do you want me to say it with you? Do you want me to say it for you? Okay, take a deep breath. Take a deep breath. You're fine. You got this. Take a deep breath. You got this. You want to hold me? Come on. Do you want me to help you? Do you want me to say it? Do you want me to start it? And then you come in when you're ready? You want me to start it? And then you can read it when you're ready? Okay. I'm going to start and then she'll read it when she's ready. Okay. Okay, no, you guys stay with me, girl. I need your support. Okay. This was written by her, so she told me what to write, and I helped her type it out for her. She said, in my classroom, I use orange folders and green folders. These folders help to keep my papers organized. In my orange folder, I put work that needs to stay at school because it is not complete. And in my green folder, it's empty because it's the end of the day, is the stuff that needs to go home at the end of the day. At the end of the day, Miss Padilla helps hand out my yellow folder, which she took home, which has my behavior log in it. I add papers from my green folder into my yellow folder. Ready? You want to try it? Okay. In my desk, I have a pencil box that I keep my crayons and my West Side Way tickets in. On my desk, we have colored tubs that holds our pencils, scissors, glue sticks, and markers. As a group, we have to check our tubs at the end of the day to make sure that it is ready and organized and everything is ready for the next day. So that's how we start as kindergartners, keeping our stuff for AVID. Let's give Evelyn a hand. That was written by her. You want to go sit down now? And good evening. So as an AVID kindergarten teacher, I am working on teaching my students how to stay organized, set goals, take notes, and cheer each other on. As Evelyn told you, we have set expectations in our classroom on how we take care of our school supplies and papers. In addition to what she explained, each student is given a chair pouch to hold items that will not fit in their desk. In our pouches, we have whiteboards, a bag with our math manipulatives, interactive notebooks, and a bag with letters. These items, which you would think for 5 and a 6-year-old would be very tempting to play with all throughout the day, have not been. These items stay in their bags, and the children have understand that they are not to be played with unless we need them. The students sit in groups and have daily table captains that help pass out papers, make sure all materials are put back in the proper place, and that group bins are ready for the next day's captain. Not only do the students need to stay organized, but as the teacher, so do I. At the beginning of the school year, the kindergarten team gets together to look at the end goals and our outcomes for the year. From here, we create a 20-day plan in which we create lesson plans from. If you don't mind, can I pass this down? These lesson plans will model what we as a kindergarten team, it's not just me, it's 3 of us. We get together and we come up with our standards, what we're focusing on, along with what we're going to be teaching for the week, which comes from our 20-day plan. With this planning, we also set monthly goals for our students, which follow our objectives. We look at what objectives we would like to achieve, create the goals that go with the objective and the standard. The red is the standard, and that goes with each, for our grade level, sorry. We communicate with our students and we have conversations throughout the month and explain which goals we are working towards. We send home a monthly newsletter to let our parents know so that they are able to support us. Then, as with any goal, we have to do the hard thing, look at our data. Sometimes the data shows we need to stay on a goal a little bit longer. Sometimes we get to add to our goal, like counting. We don't just stay at 20 the whole year. We get to move up to 30 or 50 or 100 is our end goal. And sometimes, because we've met the goal of 80% or better, and this is the whole 3 kindergarten teams, all 3 kindergarten classes together are at 80% or better, we get to remove it from our list of goals, meaning we have accomplished what we want to accomplish. As an AVID class, we take notes together to model and show students what it looks like. However, as students become more proficient, they start to create their own organizational maps, thinking maps. We use interactive journals together to model how different notes taking can look. The students are also becoming skilled at annotated note taking while reading text. It's really awesome. After attending Ron Clark and also understanding the importance of using each student for success through AVID, I have started having my students stand when talking, answering questions, or asking questions. Along with this, the students will give encouragement when answering correct answers and help when a student needs a little bit more to get the correct answer. We use AVID cheers to celebrate each answer and cheer each other on. Our classroom is far from quiet most days. We enjoy sharing about our weekends, helping each other with math, talking about ways to become a better friend, and learning how to continue to follow our expectations on campus. As we work together and celebrate each other, we truly have become a class that cares for one another, ask about our friends who have not been to school for a day or two, and rejoice when they return. As an AVID teacher and classroom, I am confident in sending my students up to first grade, where they will continue to hear common AVID language and learn more AVID strategies. Thank you for your time.
Beyond the Bell has been a wonderful opportunity for students to participate in extracurricular activities, from AYA to Learn to Mind Kids and the West Side Park Steppers. It is an honor to introduce Ms. Reese and Ms. Andrea to share the amazing work that the students have done in such a short amount of time.
Good evening, board members, AESD staff, students, and community members. I am Andrea Rogers, the proud health clerk of Westside Park Elementary School. And with me, I have Miss Reese, who is our proud fifth grade instructor. And
Proud Westside Park fifth grade instructor. We are proud of our school. Thank you. I had to put that in. Okay, go ahead.
At Westside Park, our students have been learning about the different cultures of their peers, and today they have the opportunity to share a small portion of that with you. First, we will have a few of Miss Reese's fifth grade students perform skits from our Black History program. The first skit we will have will be Harriet Tubman, which will be performed by Valerie Givens.
My name is Harriet Tubman. I am the conductor of Underground Railroad. I escaped from slavery in 1849 from Maryland. I escaped to Philadelphia and went back to Maryland about 15 times to rescue more enslaved people. It wasn't easy going back and getting more people. I had help. That's where the name Underground Railroad got started. People were helped by having safe houses where we could rest up before going on to the next stop. These stops were called stations. These people were brave for hiding us from the slave hunters. The escapees were called passengers or cargo, just like a railroad. These other enslaved people also helped. They would sing spirituals that had meanings to let us know where to go. Sometimes it was cold, telling us to get to water so the slave hunters and bloodhounds couldn't track us. It's time to go.
Next, we will have Jameer Easley as Colonel Young.
I am Brigadier General Charles Young. I graduated from West Point in 1889 and the first African American to reach the rank of colonel. I was a Buffalo soldier and the first black U.S. National Park Superintendent. I broke racial barriers, becoming the highest ranking black officer. There is a monument in my honor in Wilberforce, Ohio. It is known as the Charles Young Buffalo Soldiers National Monument. Say what?
Drop that way and go with Miss Lucy's. Next, we will have Callie Brown Ridge as Rosa Parks. Next, we will have Ariel Camacho as Ruby Bridges.
Hi, I'm Ruby Bridges. My mom and dad said I have to leave my school to a school that only had white kids. This school wasn't even by my house. I didn't like that I had to go to another school. I was scared. I'm only 6 years old and there are a lot of people telling me they don't want me here. Some soldiers had to walk me by these mean people. When I got inside, I was the only one at the whole school. I'm scared, but the teacher was nice.
Last but not least, we will have Giovanni Garcia as Dr. King.
Hello, my name is Martha King Luther Jr. I went to college when I was 16 years old, and I have a dream. When I when I look around this room and when I look at my classmates, I see my dream. I consider my greatest personal achievement is my translation of the Bible in German and advocating for peace. Thank you.
Let's give them all a round of applause for those beautiful skits. Our next group of students are a part of our Beyond the Bell Moving Mastery Club that is coordinated by Miss Reese and I for third through fifth graders to learn about HBCU STEP culture while also improving math and literacy skills. We have selected 5 dedicated fifth graders to showcase their skills today. Valerie Givens, Lucia Cardenas, Amini Jones, Priscilla Amabiska, and Callie Brownridge. We present to you the West Side Steppers. We hope you enjoyed our presentations. Thank you.
Thank you. And be- before you guys head out,
And then lastly, here in our slide, we have a beautiful picture of a young woman. And I just wanted to let you know that that was a team effort on our site with students and staff taking little tiny pieces of paper and putting them on there to create this beautiful rendition of just a very colorful piece, because it reminds us that we are all beautiful and different in our own unique way. And it's something that will live on our campus for years to come. This evening, as we highlighted Westside Park, I want you to take a moment to think of how well our students researched, they wrote, they were able to explain and showcase for everybody the amazing work. It is amazing when we're actually able to see our actions and our students coming out and performing, not being shy. Evelyn, you did really great because those were your words, and we're excited to hear our board and our community actually hear a kindergarten read words such as organize, folders, all those words that you know, that we know you know how to read. So overall, this year has been a highly successful year and rewarding for all of us because we are Westside Park Elementary School. Go Wildcats!
thank you. Can we get a picture with all the kids, colleagues? Okay, thank you. Moving on to business services presentations from RFP, Dr. Villegas.
Yes, thank you so much. You know, it's really wonderful to see all those students. So, and as they're exiting, congratulations again on a wonderful job and such pride that each of them have in their schools, and that's because of the wonderful work that's going on. And so, this next piece that we're going to do, it's really an important aspect of it. I just want to review a little bit of the background behind it, and this is in search of a superintendent for the Atlanta School District. So an RFP was placed several weeks back in the middle of February, where it was firms got a chance to bid, and just so that the community knows the entire process. Firms from all over the country were able to bid and send proposals to identify what is it that they can offer in the search as a firm, because that is typically the way superintendents are found, is through search firms. And so those firms were collected. We had a total of 11 firms. We had a committee that looked at each of those firms and identified their strengths and shared those with the board. And in our last special board meeting a week ago, the board looked at the results of the committee, and they identified three firms that would come today to present and share even more information. So the way that it's set up is that they will be presenting anywhere from 5 to 7 minutes, and then there'll be an opportunity for questions, and then the next firm will come. As we heard earlier in the amendment of the agenda, one of the firms is not able to come and will not and has withdrawn from the process. So instead of having three firms, we have two firms, and so the firms today that will be heard is the Costco Group and HYA. And first, we have in person, because one will be online. We have representatives from the Costco Group. So I'd like to invite them to come to the podium, and you could be first in terms of the presentation. So the board has your presentation already.
Thank you very much, and welcome to us. And I want to thank you, members of the board and staff, for having us here this evening. We would hope to have the opportunity to work with you in helping you to select your next superintendent. We are members of the Costco Group, founded by Dr. Frank Costco, a former superintendent, in the year 2000. So we've been doing our work now for 26 years, dedicated to helping school districts develop and find the very best leadership. TCG, another way of looking at the Costco Group, and what I've put on a slide for you is T could stand for trust, because trust with the board and trust with your community, those are essential parts of the search. C for commitment, and I can also tell you C will stand for confidentiality. It's critical that when we do a search that we observe confidentiality, particularly with all of our applicants. It's very, very critical. G for guidance. We guide the board through the process, but the board makes all the decisions. We help you, you make the decisions. Next. Just a couple of things we've noticed about Adelanto District, and it really was very valuable to see some of your focus areas, your emphasis on parent engagement and parent education, your dedication to the whole child, specifically your dedication to social emotional learning and supporting students with counseling and wellness centers, your dedication particularly to foster youth. We can see a real commitment to the whole child, and that tells us a great deal about the type of leadership that you'll be looking for as well. So who would be the members of the search team? I'll introduce myself first. I'm Joel Shapiro. I'm the president of the Costco Group. I joined the Costco Group shortly after I retired as superintendent from South Pasadena Unified. So I've been with the Costco Group now for about 11 years, and I've been the president for about the past 5 years. Had many different roles in education. I won't go through my entire resume, but I do want to point out that I've conducted a couple of superintendent searches in the high desert area. I conducted one in East Side by Lancaster and another in Keppel. So I'm have some experience conducting superintendent searches in the area. What I've done since I retired, and in addition to superintendent searches, I've provided governance training for a number of school boards, and I've done a great deal of coaching for superintendents and other administrators, as well as providing professional development for them. Our other partner, Dr. Fal Asrani. Dr. Asrani retired from superintendent recently in Marysville School District up north, and she's had a distinguished career as an educator, including work in this area for both Victorville and for here, some of her career. And what I want to point out is that currently she's a program administrator at USC, Rosia School of Education Leadership Development. So she's had an exemplary career of leadership. Next slide. I do want to point out our record of success in placements because we think it's unusual. In the various superintendent placements we've made for school districts, about 95% of those superintendents have served a minimum of 5 years. You may know that in California, the average tenure for a superintendent is somewhat less than 3 years. So 95% serving 5 years or more, and many have served much more than that, means that with our help, with our assistance, boards have selected the right candidates, and it's made a big difference. Next. Just a couple of things that I'll note here. I won't go through every point on every slide. Our search is totally tailored to the board's needs and your priorities. When we look for a candidate, it's based on the priorities that the board has set. We work with you, we get input from all of your stakeholders, but the board will be telling us the priorities that we're looking for in the candidates. A couple of other things that I want to point out that really would set us apart from some other firms. We do not have a stable of candidates. Some firms will bring the same candidates forward to every search that they do, whether or not that person is the right fit for the district. We don't do that. We seek out candidates who match the qualifications that the board has told us you're looking for. Something else that we do is we make sure you will see the entire application packet of every single person who applies. We won't just give you the packets of the people we recommend that you interview. You will be reviewing the information on all candidates. Let's go to the next. I'm not going to go through every point, so we can move quickly through these, but these are the stages of the search. We begin with the pre-recruitment, which includes meeting with the board a couple of times and extensive meetings with all of the stakeholder groups that you identify and bringing you their feedback, which will be very important to you. Then we go to the recruitment phase, and not only do we advertise the position, but we actively recruit by sending the brochure and applications all over the state of California and really seeking out the best candidates that we know match what you're looking for. We then go through the selection process where we do really extensive background checks and reference checks to find out everything we can about the candidates. And we can tell you right now that often what you see on paper is not the whole story. Applications look wonderful, but we do reference checks and we'll tell you everything we found out about candidates to help you make the decision who you think the top ones are to interview. The next step, it will be to help you with the interviews and then the appointment of the superintendent. And one of the things we do that may be a little different from some other firms is how we deal with the people who don't get an interview or who get interviews and aren't selected. We don't send them emails. We call them immediately. We feel that they have a right to have immediate communication from us. And we really put ourselves in the place of all these candidates in trying to be courteous and prompt in getting back to them. The last piece I want to talk about, even before that one, is our post-search services. We offer some services at no extra cost to the district that we think will be critical in helping your new superintendent be successful. We assist with setting the superintendent's performance objectives, working with the board. We provide a leadership governance workshop with the board and the superintendent so to help the team get off to the right start. And we provide 2 years of mentoring of the superintendent at no cost to the district, because we believe all leaders really benefit from coaching, and that coaching really can make a big difference in a person's success. We're not only committed to finding the superintendent for you, we want to help that person be successful. The next slide just shows you the length of each section, so I want to jump ahead. I want to talk about some of the things that are in our cost-effective approach. Our fee is all-inclusive. We won't charge you for any additional expenses that the consultants have or any clerical expenses or anything like that. So the fee we've quoted you covers everything, including some of those post-search services. The other thing that's interesting is if Fall and I do this search, we guarantee we won't be doing any other searches in any other districts at that time. And that's not true for most firms. We will commit ourselves only to Adelanto and devote all our time to you. I've already mentioned that we don't have a stable of candidates. We also provide a 2-year guarantee. If for any reason within 2 years the superintendent leaves, either that person's decision or the board's decision, we'll provide another search at no cost. And if during the search you don't select a candidate that you think is suitable, and I'll have to tell you that it has not happened in any case I know of, but if that happens, we will do another search at no cost. We want to help you find the right person and not to continue throwing charges at you. Something else I want to point out, whoever you select as your superintendent, we will never recruit that person for another search. There are some people who, as soon as they're selected, they're thinking about, well, maybe I'll move on to another district or a larger district. We want that person to be committed here. We want that person to stay here and do the best job they can, and we're never going to recruit them for another search. So I want to conclude with some guarantees. One guarantee is the board makes every decision. We'll consult with you, we'll guide you, but the decisions are yours. Another guarantee is that full disclosure of all applicants. Also, no limit to the number of focus group meetings that we'll have. Some firms will guarantee only a certain number of meetings and charge you for additional ones. We'll meet with as many groups as you can identify that you'd like us to meet with. The selection will not be recruited, a free repeat search if the suitable candidate is not found, a free repeat search if that person leaves within 2 years, and we will not work on any other searches. And again, it's not just our goal to help you find the right person, it's our goal to help that person be successful and to work with that new superintendent and the board to really solidify a governance team that will work well together. So we appreciate your listening to us and you appreciate being here tonight, and we'd be happy to take any questions you have.
Thank you. Open it up for questions. Trustee Kraus?
No questions, but I do appreciate the presentation and the thoroughness and explaining everything to us, as this is a new venture for me. So I do appreciate your explanations and looking forward to the process. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Stewart?
I have no questions.
Trustee LaFrench?
I have no questions, but I do want to say thank you. You were very detailed, and I appreciate all the perks that you have as far as if someone were to leave or if we didn't pick anyone, you would continue to, you would start another search. Those are all things that are great to know. Thank you.
Trust VP Kyer?
I do want to start by appreciating you for being with us tonight, giving your presentation. I do have a little bit of a question on your one slide. It had, hang on, I just had it. The time, hang on, I closed it before I should have. It had kind of the timeline
Right.
pushed together for us. And I did notice that, we are looking at 2 to 3 weeks for the pre-recruitment, which will put us, probably mid-May, I'm assuming. The recruitment 4 to 5 weeks, putting us in July, and then 10. So, I'm looking at the beginning of August. Is that a fair
Let me
assumption?
say that the timeline is up to the board. We work with you. This is the specific length that we think each phase will take. But when you want to begin the process and when you'd like the process to end, we would meet with you and have you tell us the timeline that you think is best suited for your needs.
Okay, perfect. So this timeline isn't what we're
No, it's just the
confined
length of
to.
each phase, but this doesn't indicate specific dates yet. We want you to really tell us what will work best for the district.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay. Yeah, these are all subject to modification based on what the board needs.
Shorter, longer,
Yeah.
however we
Okay.
need to.
Yeah, these
to
are just
solidify it.
typical.
Okay, perfect. I appreciate that.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your presentation. My question was taken, so we're all good.
All right, thank you very much.
again.
Okay.
Okay, next presenter, Dr. Villegas.
Yes, so our next presenter is online via Zoom, and I'm just going to double check that they're available. Yes, and so it is HYA, and so welcome, and hopefully it can come on online.
Good evening, members of the board. Are you able to hear me?
We can hear you a little bit. It sounds a little muffled. I'm not sure if it's a little low. I don't know if it's coming from our end or.
Are you able to hear me now?
It sounds good. I think we can do that. Yeah.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you very kindly for the opportunity. My name is Makai Ali, and I'm with Hazard Young and Atia. Very much appreciate the opportunity to present before you this evening. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. All right. My father not 12 hours like you, I serve as a member of the governing board in Southern California and have served on that board for 18 years, 13 of which I've served as the president. So I do understand the significance and the importance of this process. And I could tell you, when I did this process about 14 years ago, I looked to Adelanto and hired your superintendent at the time. So I'm keenly aware of Adelanto, very much familiar with the work underway, as well as some of the challenges that the board, as well as the district is faces. And so again, this opportunity is phenomenal. It's awesome. And it allows you to work with your community, to engage constituent outreach, to understand what the community so desires. It allows you to select a leader that meets the expectations of your diverse community, as well as it allows the board to demonstrate its leadership through representative democracy. So it's very important that this opportunity is seen as just that, an opportunity to renew and to elevate the system. HYA is a trusted partner and has been for many years. We've worked with a plethora of school systems in and around your area, not the least of which includes school systems nationally. A track record of experience, of working with very complex, politically charged environments, and helping boards to make very important decisions with respect to the selection and the appointment of a superintendent. The team that lead this effort, of course, yours truly, I'll lead it in concert with Dr. Nancy Paredes and several other key individuals who will be very much involved in elements of outreach and engagement, as well as recruitment, and ensure that the board is provided 24/7 response service from the team. A little bit about the firm: 35 years of search experience, well over 2,000 searches conducted. Again, reach is national. Placement: 35% persons of color, 49% women. It's a woman-owned company. And we take pride in research and analytics, as well as having a full-time back office to support the board in any aspect of the search process. A few of our clients over the past 5 years, some of you may see some familiar names like Los Angeles Unified, Fort Worth, Seattle, San Francisco Unified, Rialto, Paris Union. We've worked in concert with these systems to find phenomenal leaders to help to drive systemic change within those respective communities. Again, our specialty is diversity. Our specialty is ensuring that we bring forth representation that's reflective of that respective community. The signature process, which of course will indeed change based upon the board's time frame. But the first aspect is to engage the community. I know that you will utilize another consultant to provide on the ground community engagement, but we will provide online via Zoom, Microsoft Teams, additional augmented support to ensure that we're able to capture all voices on the ground as well as digitally. That's the engagement phase. That phase will be truncated with the recruitment phase, which allows us to bring the widest range of candidates. And then, of course, we move to the selection phase where the governing authority selects the individual who best matches the needs of the community. Then we transition the superintendent into the district. So let's talk about what a successful engagement session looks like in the overall approach. In concert with your consultant who will provide that level of engagement, we'll work with the board around a strategic framework. Of course, there'll be board interviews done, individual interviews done, focus groups, community forums, stakeholder engagement. Why is all of this important? Because this helps to build the leadership profile report, which serves as the fulcrum of the search. Again, that's the pivot. a summary and a compilation of all of the characteristics which will determine the perfect fit for your community. Again, we're allowing the community to be intimately a part of the process because that helps to drive transparency and it helps to ensure that all voices are heard and all voices are included. The facilitation will be done by meeting the community where they are, flexible meeting times. Some of the focus groups will engage remotely. High school students, parents, classified, certificated administrators, the ecumenical/religious community, the civic leaders throughout your community, whether it's municipal, state, federal, I would add local being the county government. We want to hear from everyone remotely because again, that helps to ensure that we capture the sentiment, not just the spirit of the community. And then we'll work in concert with your staff in order to ensure that we provide the necessary languages that may exist within the Adelanto community. So the question is, why HYA? If you look at the search firms presented, we stand out head and shoulders. Not just because we've done more searches, but because of the strategies that we utilize. For example, the candidate profile system, which is available to the school board 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Leveraging strategic partnerships with universities, having our own academy, which helps to develop central office personnel as well as superintendents. We work with Howard University in Washington, D.C. We work with the University of Southern California, also known as USC. Literally 46,000+ unique visitors traverse our website because we showcase all searches. That helps to ensure that people are constantly checking us out and seeing what we're doing by way of K-12 engagement, superintendent search work, and any other aspect that falls within the K-12 construct. We have 30,000+ email subscribers to our monthly newsletter, and we're constantly engaging superintendent candidates, aspirants, and board members at various conferences throughout the country, as well as in California. Now, this is very important because the research-based analytics is a core of stakeholder engagement. We're able to provide the board with strategies as well as underscore how the community feels about the system. This then will allow the new superintendent to be able to pinpoint some particular areas of focus where they would want to ensure that there's a greater level of investment. I'll give an example. If the community is talking about increased bilingual education for all students, what do we call that? Dual language immersion. If we're talking about leveraging classes where we're developing our K-8 students to be ready for the early college dual enrollment construct. These are things that the community would find value in, and these are areas where the superintendent ought to pay focus. We are able to provide this research-based information as by way of stakeholder surveys to ensure that all understand that these are proven successful opportunities for the superintendent and the board to effectuate student learning. Here's our exclusive candidate recruitment dashboard. Leaders from across the country are able to keep their leadership profile current. This is almost like a LinkedIn, as it were. We're able to ensure that we do passive recruitment as well as aggressive recruitment. So once we begin talking about Adelanto, which is my job, is to sell the district. My job is not to sell the challenges or whatever happened in the past or any strife that the school board may have. That's not what I'm here for. My job is to underscore all of the beauty that exists within the school system, as well as to show that there's a future. And this is the place for someone to want to come and spend 4 years. No more revolving door superintendents. We want someone to be able to come and to be able to invest their time as well as their career and future within this school district. We utilize behavioral assessments psychological assessments to be able to provide members of the board information which to show, hey, this person might not align. This might not be a good fit based upon the data as extracted based upon their psychological assessment. So all of these tools, analytics are used in order to ensure that we're able to get to the appropriate fit, but also to make certain that we're able to match qualifications listed in the leadership profile with respective superintendent aspirants. Transition tools, we reference this as a part of our signature search process, a 6-month program that will provide 4 deliverables. A 100-day plan, KPIs to guide the district as well as to share with the constituents. Again, this is all about transparency, making sure we envelop all within the process. An agreed upon evaluation tool, which is very important, and then an assessment of the current strategic plan as well as framework, working in concert with the new superintendent as well as the board. There's a link that shows our transition academy where we encourage boards as well as superintendents to enroll so that we all can work collaboratively to ensure that there's a launch pad and to ensure that the superintendent is successful. Now, this is the draft timeline. This can easily change, If in fact the board is so inclined to select HYA this month, then we would move very swiftly to working with your team with respect to posting the job on our HYA website, leveraging the social media platforms as well as advertising. We'd also move to network with our California associates to begin engaging the superintendent aspirants and our deputies and our associate or assistants. We would move very quickly to work in concert with the person leading your in-person focus groups as well as forums to launch all of the online engagement sessions. May, we would deliver the board a leadership profile report. The leadership profile report will be given to the board, the entire community, as well as the superintendent aspirants. We would close the job in June, begin transitioning, final interviews, etc. in June to July, third-party background check. Very important to conduct a comprehensive background check. It's extremely important because we want to make sure that those individuals who apply and are selected are who they say they are. And they're individuals who, without any blemishes on their background, we don't want to bring the community someone who is unsavory or somewhat nefarious. In the draft timeline, I want to be very clear. We are not going to give the board all of the applications and let the board go. The objective is to utilize a blind process where members of the governing board, you're going to judge candidates based upon the content of their character, not skin, not gender, not sex, not political persuasion. You're going to have all of the information with the exception of their name and other key elements for which you can use to identify this person. That ensures that there are no leaks. It ensures that the process is fair and everybody is afforded a competitive opportunity. And it also maintains a high level of transparency and just protects the overall sanctity of the search. At this time, I would entertain any questions if the governing board members are so inclined.
Thank you, Mr. Ali. Trustee Kraus.
No questions, Mr. Ali. Thank you for your presentation this evening.
Trustee Stewart.
No, I don't have any questions. Thank you.
Trustee LaFrench.
I have no questions. Thank you for your time and your presentation.
And people, I'm bending over because I want to make sure I hear you because it's an issue with sound. So I don't want you to think I'm passing out.
Understood.
VP Kyle.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation this evening, sir. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Thank you for your presentation, Mr. Ali. Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
Thank you. All right, moving on to closed session declaration. Before we do that, we'll take public comment. VP Kyer, would you read the public comment speaker card, please?
The public comment period is administered by state law and is the point in the meeting set aside for members of the public to share their opinions with the board. Open meeting laws do not permit the board to engage in dialogue or answer questions. Any person who wishes to address the governing board on closed session agenda items only must complete and submit an AESD speaker request form 5 minutes before the meeting is called to order. Public comments will only be taken on agenda items during the discussion of those items. The board values public comments, and although the Board of Trustees cannot take action or discuss items not on the agenda, the Board of Trustees listens carefully and appreciates input from our public. Additionally, a public speaker can be cut off for exceeding the allotted time or for willfully causing an actual disruption to the meeting. Before cutting a person off or removing someone, the board will give at least one clear warning. If you were cut off or warned last time, please consider that your warning. Individual speakers are allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each closed session agenda item. The board limits the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add.
Thank you, VP Kyer. Do we have any representatives from ADTA?
President Soto, we do. Brian Hahn will be representing ADTA tonight.
Good evening, Board President Soto, Superintendent Dr. Villegas, Board Vice President Kyer, Board Trustees Love French, Stewart, and Kraus, and District Cabinet members, fellow colleagues, CSEA brothers and sisters, and community members and all those on Zoom. Welcome back, Dr. Valdez. We missed you. We first want to thank our trustees for supporting the children and families of the district by reinstating the Saturday school program. The Saturday school program was offered this past Saturday at Morgan Kincaid, and I did have the opportunity to speak with some of the parents who were absolutely thrilled that their children were able to come and obtain some additional education and get some reinforcement of concepts they've been learning throughout the year. So that was a huge plus. Thank you again. We also want to thank our trustees for acknowledging that sometimes the data doesn't always support decisions that impact some of our most wonderful teachers whom we should be proud to have teaching our students for decades. We thank you for considering their continued employment and contributions that have the potential to impact generations of students to come in the Adelanto Elementary School District. We would also like to thank Dr. Valdez and Mr. Shiflett for their unwavering and staunch support of our district ISP teachers. Thank you. We would also like to thank Dr. Valdez for her support in sending a number of our teachers to the Good Teaching Conference this past month. We are ever so grateful for that. Thank you. And I'm sure you will see that our teachers have come back with a lot of new tools that they can incorporate in the classrooms. Something I'm not sure that you're familiar with is that ADTA every year offers scholarships to former students who have gone through the Adelanto Elementary School District. We have for many, many years offered two $500 scholarships to our former students. And so the scholarship announcements have already gone out, and applications will be coming in shortly for that. And then we have a committee that will review those and select the individuals who will be the recipients. But this year we're also we're adding one that we have had in the past, and that is the Donna Marie Morgan Memorial Scholarship. And if you don't know or don't know the name, if it doesn't sound quite familiar to you, Donna Morgan was the ADTA president in 1997 through 2000. And tragically, in 2000, she lost her life. Um, uh, and what happened was a young man who took off in a vehicle. I believe he was 15 or 16, and he went on a joyride. And she was. It was in the early evening. She had had dinner at another colleague's home that evening, and said that she had a headache and she just wanted to go home and go to bed. And so she went home. She went to bed, and this young man going out on the joyride smashed through her home, right through her bedroom, and she was pronounced dead on impact. So we, for many years, we've had we've had monies that have been donated for the Donna Marie Morgan Scholarship, but that money has dried up because we haven't actively solicited funds. So you will begin to hear some public service announcements asking for donations for the Donna Morgan Memorial Scholarship that should start airing on Y102. So I just wanted to make you aware of that. And this is specifically for students who have gone through the Adelanto Elementary School District, whether they spent their entire career their kindergarten or TK all the way through 8th grade, or whether maybe it was just a few years. As long as they had attended classes in our district, they then are eligible to apply. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention, and I think that's a huge positive for our district as well. And the students are always grateful to receive. It's not a lot of money, but it will cover a few books at least. So with that being said, thank you again for giving me the opportunity to speak with you this evening, and have a great rest of your week. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The board calls on CSEA Diane Lynn. I don't know if she's in the audience. Do you see her?
Yeah.
No? All right.
Good evening, President Soto, trustees, interim superintendent, Dr. Villegas, and cabinet, ADTA, and also classified staff, community, and also everyone on, YouTube. I'm here tonight to speak on something that have some concerns for quite a few years. Some of you don't know, but I've been with the district for 27 years now. Prior to my employment here, I also worked for Victor Union High School District as a sub for 2 years, also with Victor Elementary School District for 4 years. Prior to that, I worked in retail, worked my way up as a cashier as a young adult, and ended up there 13 years, and my last 4 years I was in personnel. So with that being said, with that experience, my concern is safety for our students, our ADA, transparency, and also communication. We'll start with safety because it's regarding our students. I don't know why, but 3 years ago, our transportation department issued passes for our students. Along came a new superintendent, Dr. Walker. It stopped. No more passes. Why? I have no idea. We've had sub drivers, don't know the students. We had one student from the high school, because some of our bus stops are close, try to get onto a bus to cause harm to one of our students. The sub bus driver does not know the student, didn't know that he was from high school, trying to hurt one of our students. Now, what if we had a bus pass? Try to get on. Unfortunately, that sub driver used some choice words to get that student, high school student, off the bus, and then he didn't make probation. That concerns me. We used to have transportation have the information regard on what is it, to let the parents know when buses were late or not arriving. We don't get that information anymore. Our parents are lost. Can you imagine having a student at a bus stop? You're going on to work because of the issues we may have had in the past with transportation. They call the school. We get the phone call. They're asking about, let's just say, Route 104. We have to get on the radio. 104, George office, nothing. 104, George office, nothing. Base, George office. What's the ETA for 104 at whatever's 2 streets? Oh, that's Edmeyer. Edmeyer. Now we have to get on the phone, because they don't have our radios, to find out when they're going to arrive at that bus stop. Come to find out, they're already picked up. Parents on the way, get back on the phone. I'm so sorry, but they've already picked up at that bus stop. There's been some changes. Oh my gosh, click, they have to run back to that bus stop to pick up the daughter that's by herself at that bus stop. Why are we doing this? I don't understand. I did say safety for our students. We also have had, I don't know if you're all aware of this, a wait list for students to use the bus. A wait list. I called, we have classified staff everywhere. I called today to find out how many students district-wide do we have on the wait list. Well, I was kind of relieved that it wasn't a large number. We have one at West Creek and one at Melva Davis. For how long the students have been on the wait list, I have no idea. How much longer will those 2 students be there on that wait list? I have no idea. With all the 3 school districts that I've worked up here, this has never happened. None of the other school districts has ever put their students on a wait list. I don't know if you know this, but we have a supervisor in transportation that is able to train individuals from the street, put in your application, and is able to train for bus drivers. What a great idea. Well, I'm sorry to have to inform you, this has not happened for over a year. Meantime, we are outsourcing by using Edmeyer. Why? Can't answer that. We also have Edmeyer doing field trips, our regular routes, and it's ridiculous because you're spending double of what our own bus drivers would be paid. Okay, that's outsourcing totally. So another issue, transparency, in that we used to inform our parents about when the buses were going to arrive or not arrive. It's not being used. We used to get them at the school sites. Clerks, secretaries, we would know ahead of time through Parent Square, and we would know ahead of time that these buses were being late or they're doubling up or what have you. We're not getting that information now. I have another concern regarding the buses in that when new substitutes come to George, I have a pamphlet ready. I have about 14 of them ready. In that pamphlet, I have the staff, list of the staff, phone numbers to everyone. I have highlighted how to get a hold of the secretary, myself, also our clerk, in case they have any questions. I have highlighted for the nurse in case they need the nurse. I have a map of the school so they know how to get around. The first question I ask is, how long have you been subbing? And I kind of know, have you been at George? No, then I introduce myself and give them, welcome to George. This is the information you have. I have a low-key referral in there and another referral if it's worse. So they're totally informed. Our buses, they have subs all the time. Why don't we have a pamphlet like that in the buses? Every single route should be in every single bus, okay? Emergencies come up, all of a sudden this bus driver has to take this bus. They don't know where they're going because there's no information. We get the phone calls at the offices. Can you please run out to the bus and give the bus driver a bus route? I'm going to send it over to you. Or they're on the radio when all of our schools are supposed to be using this one radio, and they're saying, can you turn left on this street and then you make a right and then there's the stop, and then I'm going, oh my gosh, why are we doing this? I've talked about this for a couple of years now and nothing's being done. So it is sad that we are doing this to our families. Can you imagine? Can you imagine calling and finding out that the bus has arrived and your son or your daughter is on the bus stop by themselves, having to turn around? We are being outsourced. We have buses coming in from different districts right in front of City Hall. They're picking up students that belong to us. Why? We can't even transport our own students to and from school. So I don't know if any of you were aware of this. I have been speaking about this for quite some time behind closed doors, and I decided it was time to speak up for our students, mainly our students. That's our number one concern. We are in the market of educating and protecting our students. And I'm sorry, I don't think that's totally being done here in Adelanto. So I want to thank you for your time, and I'm hoping that you look further into this, especially the training. We have a seasoned bus driver who is, I believe, retiring at the end of this month. No training. There has not been any training outside for over a year now. So what's going to happen when that bus driver leaves? Everybody's doubling up. So our bus drivers are overworked. They're getting more routes than they should be. And I don't know, me standing here, being here for 27 years and this never happening, it's very concerning. So I hope someone here looks into it and some changes can be made, because I think our students, our staff, I think they deserve better. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The board calls on Lauren Benson.
Good evening. I'm here once again to make sure our community has someone telling them the truth and being transparent. I want to make sure this information gets out to our community. Recently, we heard the latest district financial report and it didn't seem great. I want to make sure people know this isn't something that just happened. This isn't something new that we're dealing with suddenly in the last year or so. This was years in the making. I need to remind the public that Trustee Kraus was our superintendent from January 2023 to June of 2024. Before that, our CBO. During that time, we had a huge influx of money from COVID.
Let's not call out names on trustees. We can be general and say a trustee on the board. No personal attacks.
That's not a personal attack, it's just a fact.
I'm taking it as a personal attack and I'm giving you a warning now.
The state also gave a super COLA to the districts. Most districts found ways to serve funds to help their students recover learning loss from the pandemic, as well as give their employees a much needed cost of living increase. Not at Adelanto. There were too many issues with funds being mismanaged. I find it absurd that a trustee would stand up here and talk about transparency and about doing what is best for kids in our district. Does anyone really believe he's here to make our district better after the state it was left in? It's also a bit suspect that you would want to run for a school board of a district you separated from. A district in which 3 of your subordinates had a temporary restraining order for harassment and workplace violence against you. And now 5-year permanent restraining order. That's why we have to spend money on security that's here, to make sure he doesn't harass them further. Is being on the board another way to victimize these women? A way to get back at the people that spoke up against you? I've personally been on the receiving end of these lies and accusations, all of which have no basis in fact. The fact that 2 of the other trustees go along with all of it, or that they all move as a unit, is disturbing. The voters in each one of their trustee areas should be paying close attention and should be concerned. They really should be holding them accountable. When we don't have a stable budget or money for our students, these 3 trustees are the ones to blame. They continue to ignore advice from people who know better. They are the reason we do not have a CBO, the reason we lost an amazing superintendent, Dr. Walker. They pushed her out, and then when we had to pay another superintendent in the interim. Now they want to spend money on a superintendent search. Why? Do they have someone in mind? I find it very suspect that a certain trustee brought HYA to the district to try to help the board get along to deal with their own issues. Yes, parents, they spent money on a firm to help them get along. That money should have been spent on students. Now HYA is up for consideration as one of the firms to help find a superintendent. What are the motives to push this search and push it so fast? Why not ask the county for their recommendations? They didn't take Dr. Walker's or the county's recommendations for a CBO months ago, and now look where we're at. This board obviously can't make decisions that are best for our students and this district. Just a reminder, they gave themselves a 400% raise while not wanting to pay health care for their employees.
Thank you.
How is that working for us?
Next speaker, please.
That concludes this evening's speakers.
All right, moving on to closed session. I motion that we go to closed session. Is there a second?
Kyrie, second.
The time is, I'll take the roll call. Ms. LeVay?
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
LaFrench, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
So do I. Motion passes. The time is 7:01. We're in closed session. Good evening, everyone. We're reconvening to open session. The time is 8:29. We'll start with roll call and quorum establishment. Ms. LeVey.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus present.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer present.
Trustee LaFrench?
French present.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart present.
Trustee Soto?
Soto present. Announcements of reportable actions taken during closed session. There were none. Moving on to public comment for open session. Do we have any audience members, Ms. LeVey?
Yes, I have one here. Lauren Benson? I don't see her in the audience. Is she on Zoom?
We don't have them on Zoom, no.
Okay, and then I do have someone on Zoom, Sophia Miranda.
We do not have them online either.
That'll do it for tonight's speakers.
Thank you. Moving on to adoption of the minutes. I motion that we approve. Is there a second?
Kyer, I second.
We'll take the vote. Ms. LeVey?
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
French, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Okay. Moving on to consent, motion passes 5-0. Moving on to the consent agenda, we're taking items 2 through 24. Does any trustee want to pull an item? Trustee Kraus?
Yes, just 11:17.
Trustee Stewart?
I have none.
Trustee LaFrench?
I have none.
VP Kyer?
I have none at this time. I do want to thank Dr. Villegas for being thorough and following up with any questions that I had prior.
Thank you. And I also have none. At this time, I motion that we approve with the exception of consent agenda item number 17. Is there a second?
Kyer, I second.
We'll take the votes. Ms. LeVey?
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
French, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to items removed from the consent. I motion that we approve number 17. Is there a second?
Kraus,
Give it to Kraus.
Kraus, I second.
Second by Trustee Kraus. Any discussion? Trustee Kraus?
Yes, thank you, President Soto. No questions, but I just did have a comment on the warrant listing on a couple items. And again, no need for any responses this evening. There are a couple of, and the warrant listing is where we write checks to vendors. There's one on there for Ed Meyer. Earlier this evening, we heard about CSEA's concerns about contracting out with a firm. Ed Meyer is one of those firms, and so I recommend people that want to know about our budget and how much money is being spent on potential vendors. The warrant listing is a good place to see where those checks are going, whether it's Ed Meyer for transportation or there are a few other legal firms on here on the warrant listing as well. One for $46.50, another one for $71.40. Those two legal firms in the last year have racked up about $300,000. And so when we start talking about a budget committee and things of that nature, that's one place that I hope that our union partners really take a look at is the purchase order and warrant listing and really ask those hard questions about why. That's the only comments I have this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Kraus. Trustee Stewart?
Yes, I do. I know in the past we were using Ed Meyer to help fill because we don't have enough bus drivers. That was my understanding, and we've been using them now for a few years. Can I get is it this true, the fact that we don't have enough bus drivers to cover all the routes?
Yes, do want to confirm that is correct. When there is a need, that is called.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee LaFrench?
No, I'm not going to go there. I don't have any comments.
VP Kyer?
Yeah, I'm gonna touch on it just briefly.
with the Ed Meyer, we also heard comment that we have individuals who are capable of training and bringing on new staff in those bus driver roles. Um, are we advertising or attempting to, get those bus drivers in? And then B, are we taking the steps to facilitate any form of forward training?
Dr. Villegas?
Yeah, that should be fine on an ongoing basis. And based on what Ms. Lynn said from CSCA, we're also going to look to see what she discussed today to validate that.
Okay.
Okay.
Are we offering any form of paid training at the moment? I know a few years ago we did, but I'm not sure if that's current.
I'd have to look into that, but what was the paid training for them to come in to train? Because it was
be
under
a bus
business
driver.
services. I'm sorry?
To be a bus driver, yeah.
Yeah, so it's probably the same practice as we've had in the past, but I can confirm that for you.
Okay, I would appreciate that.
Yeah,
Thank
absolutely.
Thank you. I would just echo those sentiments. And I've always been a huge advocate since I got appointed on the board to stop outsourcing and to cut down on outsourcing. So I'm glad that now we're being consistent with that as a whole board now. All right, I have nothing else. We'll take the vote. Ms. LeVay.
Kraus,
Kraus, nay.
Trustee Kyer,
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench, Trustee Stewart, Trustee Soto.
Soto, aye. Motion passes 4-1. Moving on to new business. Selection of the search firm for the superintendent recruitment. At this time, I'll entertain a motion.
Trustee Kyer, I motion to give direction on the Costco group.
Kraus, I second.
There's a first and a second for the Costco group. We'll open up for discussion. Trustee Kraus?
No discussion, thank you.
Trustee Stewart?
I do have some. I would really hope that the board would consider this to table this until the next meeting so that the public can give their input on this firm. Seeing as how this is the direction that the board wants to go, the majority board, I think we really need to be thoughtful and considerate in what we do and not rush this process.
Thank you. Trustee LaFrench? VP Kyer?
Yes. You know, we formed the committee. We had different members of our public, our staff, come in and review the 11 that initially applied. And we got it down to 3, 1 pulled out, we've got it down to 2. I don't know how much more time we can invest in beginning this search. And I think that's what weighs heavily on me overall, is at least getting something to look at in front of us, a contract, a consideration, so that this board can make direction needed for the district. And that concludes my comment tonight.
Well, thank you for sharing. This is all colleagues. This is a pretty delicate, obviously, agenda item. We are very well aware of the reputation that this district has. So I would say that absolutely any way that we can do to build trust within the community is important. So I think that regardless, the board is going to move forward with the firm, whatever firm that is. And if we decide to table it, it would give the public more time to engage with the board. However, to VP Kyer's point, we had a process. We was very transparent. We're holding it up in open public today, right now, people can come up and speak or could have come up and spoken in regards to this agenda item. So in regards of the argument to allow the public, I think we're being as transparent and as engaging with the public as possible. What I will concur though is that I want us on this district to be mindful of the timing and the timeline. I was very vocal about this in the last meeting where things line up next to an election, and I'm just not for that. I'm not gonna be a part of something that the board has stood up to highlight in terms of what is transparent. And so I can see both sides. I see the importance of let's just move forward and pick the firm. At the same time, I want all five of us to be on the same page on how we're going to do this the right way. I think that's why we got it wrong the last few years. The role has been politicized, and it's caused a divided board. And so if we want to move forward with the spirit of collaboration, I think it would be best that we table. And that's just where my stance is. So we'll take the vote, Ms. LeVay. Unless colleagues, you want to add anything else or share anything else. Ms. LeVay, the vote, please.
So are we voting or just giving direction? I just want to make
So
sure.
there was a motion by Trustee VP Kaya and a second by Trustee Kraus to go forward with Acosta Group.
Point of order, President Soto.
VP Kaya.
Because it is between two firms, my understanding of tonight's is direction. It would not be a formal vote. We did open it for discussion, but, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dr. Villegas, at this point in time, the district is only seeking direction.
Yes, that was the intent for us to get direction as to what we would do next, but that would imply that the direction could be, for example, that we look for creating a contract with one of the firms, or direction could be to at this point to table it for bringing it back at the next agenda. Those are directions that could be given to me or the staff.
Okay. So all right. So there's the motion and there's a second, and I was to give direction to the superintendent to move forward with the Acosta Group and to negotiate a contract. Just so I'm hearing the motion correctly.
Yeah, President Soto, if you look at that, it says selection.
It says selection. I was about to say that.
So what I was suggesting is that we request the Costa Group contract for review.
Okay. So and then there's a second by Trustee Kraus to review. So for us to review the contract, that would have to mean that we would be selecting essentially the Acosta Group, is my understanding.
Yes.
That is what I
You were like, okay.
requested, yeah.
Okay. All right. So is that clear, colleagues? There's a first and a second to select the Acosta Group and to enter into a negotiation with the contract with the district. And we're going to take the vote on that one. Ms. LeVay?
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
LaFrench, nay.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, nay.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, nay. Motion fails 3-2. Moving on to number 2, acceptance of a certificated employee resignation. And
Point of order, yeah.
VP Kyer.
What is the direction on 13-1 then?
I would
Because it's not
the
a
motion
formal vote. The vote was to open for discussion and direction. We're not approving a contract of any sort on this. So if we don't want to move forward with the Acosta Group, then there's no direction off that, but the district is still in need for direction. At this point, do we want to just table it?
Yeah, you have a good point. I think our Rosenberg Rules of Order states that when a motion dies, we can either make another motion or we can move on Would you like to make another motion?
I thought we just moved on.
The
I'm sorry.
the Rosenberg Rules of Orders, someone can make a substitute motion, and when a motion dies, someone else can introduce another motion. If there's no consensus for any of those motions, then yeah, we just move forward. But the default is if the motion dies, no direction is given, then the item is tabled. That's under the Rosenberg Rules of Order.
Okay, so at this point in time, 13.1 would just be tabled.
According to Rosenberg Rules of Order, yes.
Okay.
Thank you for pointing that out, though, VP Kyer. Moving on to the acceptance of certificated employee resignation, I motion that we approve. Is there a second?
Stewart, I second.
We'll open it up for discussion. Trustee Krause?
No comments, thank you.
Trustee Stewart?
I have none.
Trustee LaFrench?
I have none.
VP Kyer?
Yeah, you know, I know this has been a hot topic for our board for a while now, and my understanding is the district went ahead and looked into this. Dr. Villegas, you could kind of give us a little bit more information on the steps taken and the steps taken and the you know, yeah. Can you
Absolutely.
give us a little bit
you know,
more on
I
this?
appreciate that opportunity to talk a little bit about this because it is a very emotional and difficult, you know, I guess, action item that we're discussing, you know, and I know that that's been very difficult for the board. And I think the what was in order to look at it, you know, was the process followed in the way that it's been stipulated in our bylaws. And so because it was such a you know, I guess high level item, we did have a legal firm look into that, looked at all the documentation and all the pieces. And so actually we do have our legal person here who you know, can elaborate just a little bit on some of those steps.
Thank you, Dr. Villegas. Yes, I'm Stephanie Venier with the law firm Best and Krieger. The Board of Trustees was very concerned about this item, and we had a couple of speakers at our last board meeting. And so the Board of Trustees provided direction and a request to table this item and look further into it without revealing confidential information, unfortunately, due to personnel matters and legal advice. I can't get into specific details. However, what ultimately occurred is that our law firm did review all of the documentation that the district has, requested everything from human resources, requested everything with the full cooperation of the district, and we were able to come to our independent legal conclusion and bring it back to the board for consideration tonight, that procedures were properly followed under California law, under district policy, and under precedent and best practices for the district. So unfortunately, while the board does understand that this is a very tough subject, and we want to make sure that this is done properly, our legal recommendation and conclusion was that there's no issue that would require the board not to ratify the resignations. The resignations were tendered legally and accepted legally by the superintendent or his designee, and therefore there's no issue with the board moving forward and ratifying these resignations tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions if we'd like more discussion.
Thank you. Anything else, VP Kyer?
No, that concludes my questions.
And I have none. We'll take the vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Krause?
Kraus, nay.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, I request to vote further down.
Trustee LaFrench? Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Motion passes 4-1. Moving on to number 3, approval of resolution 25-2615. I motion that we approve. Is there a second?
Kyer, I second.
Any discussion? Seeing in Trustee Kraus?
No.
Okay, seeing and hearing none. Ms. LeVay, the vote, please.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Are we gonna have discussion?
Oh, VP. Yeah, I opened it up and closed it. VP Kyer, I apologize.
Yeah, Dr. Villegas, can you provide a little information on this agenda item for the public?
I'm going to ask our CBO to talk about that.
Yeah, and not to pass it on to somebody else, but I would like to invite
Jesse.
Jesse to share a little bit on this item as the information.
Thank you, Mr. McAlpin. And I thought this might be related to the CFD actually when I saw it on the agenda. So good evening, members of the board, district staff, members of the public. My name is Jesse Landry with Key Analytics. Actually, some of the subsequent items are related to the creation of this subfund. We received a deposit from a developer to help pay the district's legal and consulting costs associated with this negotiation process we're working on in forming this new CFD number 6 for the district. Part of that process that is them giving us a deposit. We're also going to use this new resource for whenever we receive mitigation payments or certificates of compliance payments as they build these properties for the Onyx Vista development. We put those in a separate sub-resource because then those are going to be under different terms than your other developer fees. So when we collect other developer fees within Fund 25, they all get kind of lumped together and they're spent on different projects and they have certain ways that you can use those funds. These funds will be a little bit different, and we want to have those separated, and that's the purpose of creating a separate resource or a sub-fund, so then those funds can be designated and known by staff that they're associated with CFD number 6 and with the Onyx Vista development.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, VP Kyer?
No, that concludes my questions.
All right, and I have none. Any other discussion, colleagues? Okay, Ms. LeVay, the vote, please.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench? Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
So do I. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to number 4, business services. Approving school facilities agreement for the formation of community facilities district number 6. I motion that we approve. Is there a second?
Kyer, I second.
Any discussion? I'm trying to run through the meeting real quick, so I'm not gonna call. I'm just gonna look if anyone wants to speak. I don't see none. Hearing and seeing none. Ms. LeVay, the vote.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench? Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to number 5, approval and the adoption of 2526. Replacing the existing community facilities district number 3 for project property. I motion that we approve. Is there a second?
Kyer, I second.
Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. LeVay will take the vote.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench? Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to number 6, business services. Approve resolution 252613, aggregate principal amount not to exceed 5 million with the CFD number 6. I motion that we approve. Is there a second?
Kyer, I second.
Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. LeVay will take the vote.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench? Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to number 7, approval of the ratification for E-rate funding with David Goldsmith. I motion that we approve. Is there a second?
Kyer, I second.
Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. LeVay, the vote, please.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench? Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to number 8. Resolution number 252610, Government Code Title number 1, Division 7, Chapter 5, Article 1. I motion that we approve. Is there a second?
Kyer, I second.
Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. LeVay will take the vote.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench? Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to number 1 on policy introductions, 14.1. Board Policy 5113.12, Attendance Review Board Policy, I motion that we approve. Is there a second?
Crier, I second.
And any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, Ms. LeVey will take the vote.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Crier, I.
Trustee La French? Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
So do I. Motion passes 5-0. Moving on to governing board members' reports and announcements. Trustee Kraus, we'll start with you.
Thank you, President Soto. Again, I want to thank the presentations this evening from Westside Park, all of the parents and students and staff that came out, and then for Columbia Middle School as well. And I sit here and look back on the wall for Columbia Middle School. They, wow, that's a giant selection of wonderful things that are going on there. And I won't mention their name, but they do have a teacher that is up for the best teacher in America for possibly. So Columbia Middle School. So that just shows you the caliber of people that are in our district teaching our students. So excited to hear about that. State testing started this week, so we appreciate all of the work that went into prep for state testing. I appreciate Dr. Villegas. Many of you hopefully heard his message before spring break and after spring break. So he recorded that to go out to all of our families, encouraging them to prepare the students for testing. And so far so good. I've heard great reports, and thank you to IT, because our internet so far seems to be really handling all of the people being online at the same time. I know we've had issues in the past, not because of our department, but because of the internet. So thank you to IT. A shout out to them for all the work that they do to also prepare for state testing. On this agenda this evening, we have many staff and students going to National History Day in Sacramento at the end of the month. So I'm excited to see that they are going up there. I believe April 30th was on the travel and conference agenda. Again, excited for our students to go up there, compete. It's a good opportunity for them to see how these things are if they've never had an opportunity to go up there. Also great to hear from ADTA about Saturday School and also Beyond the Bell. It's very important that we keep these programs in our district for our students, but also for our staff. It gives our staff an opportunity to showcase what they're able to do. I've always believed in investing in our own staff rather than outside contractors or vendors. Our staff have so much to give, and so I do appreciate all of the work that they put into Saturday School and Beyond the Bell, and I know that that will continue. Lastly, on this agenda this evening, I didn't want to pull it, but I wanted to give a huge shout out. On the consent agenda, we have a classified person's retirement. Those of you that may have had the privilege, Miss Lynn, I know you've been here 27 years, but this person outranks you at 30.25 years. The resignation for purpose of retirement is Miss Martha Vega. I had the pleasure of working with Miss Vega when I was here in the district. She's the secretary at Melva Davis Academy, Secretary 3. And I'm sad to see her retiring in June, but I know that she will probably enjoy the relaxation that she will be having. But again, I want to personally thank Miss Vega for all the many years of her hard work that she's put into this district for 30.25 years. And I know many, many students have appreciated all the things that she's done for them, as well as the staff at all of the places that she's worked. And with that, that concludes my comments. Thank you, President Soto.
Thank you, Trustee Kraus. Trustee Stewart.
Good evening. I have just some things here to announce on April 16th. It is the DLAC. There will be a meeting here from 10 a.m. to 12 in the boardroom. DLAC stands for District English Learner Advisory Committee. I encourage all to come and attend and give their input. It should be on our website, and also a parent square went out, and that same day. From 5 to 7 here in our boardroom is the district advisory committee. Again, please give your input, as it is much appreciated. I also want to thank the schools that presented. I want to thank the kids who came, because it takes a lot to come up in front of adults and see yourself on the screen, and it can be intimidating. And little Miss Evelyn, there's times that I want to cry too, so don't feel bad. I also want to thank the parents who brought their kids, because I know at the end of the day, after being at work, sometimes I just want to lay on the couch and take a little nap, you know. So I appreciate your time and your effort. Also on April 8th, the board received an email asking about Thrive 2030 and the work and what's going on with the guided coalition. And I want to remind all the work that went through with that. It started with meetings at school sites that had to do, and parents and staff and community members attended. And then there were big meetings here in the boardroom, where the room was filled. I got to go to one because I just happened to still be on break, and it was filled. Everyone was engaged, certified, classified, parents, uh, com- community members, and students as well. And the one thing I had heard was, I hope that this isn't a thing that will be, pushed, then put on a shelf, and I heard that. And I really would hate to see that happen after all the work, all the heart, all the engagement that went in it. So I hope the marathon goes on, and we have followed through, because so many people had buy in this. So and right now that's all I've got. Please have a great week. Good luck on testing. You got this.
Thank you. Trustee LaFrench?
Okay, I want to say thank you to Columbia. You are leveling up. I love to see that daily greeting outside. I'm a firm believer that, when I had my preschool that I oversaw, that if you're standing outside and you're greeting parents, shaking hands, talking to them every morning, saying hello to children, acknowledging by name, that you get so much engagement by being out there. So it was wonderful seeing there. That Viper Pit, I wish to go visit that, where you're going in, you have activities going on. It's nothing like seeing children involved during lunchtime. That keeps children motivated for the rest of the day. I am so proud of Columbia. When it comes to Westside Park, you took what I was going to say. Evelyn Diaz, I just want you to know that we were so grateful for you being here tonight and showing us your folders on what you keep at school, what you take home, what you finished. I want you to know that I appreciate you standing up and taking a picture with us. And that's all I have to say tonight. Thank you, Evelyn. We appreciate you coming. Thank you.
Thank you. VP Kyer?
So it doesn't happen very often, but I'm actually going to reserve my comments tonight. Surprisingly, I know everybody's shocked. I do want to take a moment and thank Mr. Landry for coming out and being with us for the 5 minutes that we utilized you. And a quick shout out to IT. That is the number one thing I've heard this week. We've had no internet issues with our testing. So high fives. You guys are on fire. And that is it.
Thank you, VP Kyer. I'll be also pushing my comments for the next meeting. So we'll move on to adjournment. I motion.
Superintendent.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm trying to. Yeah. I apologize. Forgetting our guy. Okay, Dr. Villegas, superintendent reports. And
Thank you. I'll take both of your time. No, I'm kidding. But no, also I just can't believe there's actually 7 more weeks left of school. When you think about that, that means it's been going fast, and end is near, but we're gonna finish strong. I believe that's the message I've been saying out there, to everyone is like we will be finishing this school year strong and make sure that, and that's testing included, right? So right now our kids are testing, they're showing what they know. So parents out there, have your students show what they know. They've been working really hard, and it's really important for them to show what they know right now. And so do their absolute best. That's all we can ask of them. I also want to just say thank you to the teachers and principals and all the staff that's been out there preparing our students. And I think we're going to have a really good demonstration of what they know. I want to also just congratulate the board. A week ago, we had a retreat. And it was an opportunity for the board to really just have discussions about communication, about the focus, and a variety of different things. And it went really well. I felt that we made some progress, and I'm really looking forward to it. And last board meeting, I spoke about unity, and I spoke about the importance of us working together, and the idea that as individuals, we might be good, but as a team, we can really excel. And as a team, we can move mountains. As a team, we can make sure that Adelanto Elementary School District does things that they haven't done before. So I'm really looking forward to it. I'm excited about it. There's a lot of things to discuss and to think about, and some challenges. There are some challenges that we as a governance team, as a cabinet, as a staff are going to face. And but I really believe that if we come to it together, if we come to it with the idea that our students are first, we will succeed. And so I thank you for that opportunity. I'm really looking forward to all the things that are coming up.
Thank you, Dr. Vegas. All right, now moving on to adjournment. I move that we adjourn. Is there a second?
Kyer, I second.
We'll take the vote. Ms. LeVay.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Kyer?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
LaFrench, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. The time is 9:06. 1 minute. 9:06. This meeting's adjourned.
Hey, we made it 15 minutes
Yeah.
earlier.